Test, test. So I could not believe that when we prepared this forum, that I would prepare my presentation and start in a totally different way than what I'm going to say. Of course, part of you were here yesterday, and you know what I'm going to say, but this affects everyone. And I want for the same games. I don't know if it will be the same teams, but um, the plan is to have fun. Let's see how we are going to spread our event today. First of all, we need to set our ground rules. Remember that your mobile is something that is distracting us, all of us, our mobiles, so please keep them silent. Check that your mobiles are on silent mode. We are 120 people, 150 people here today, so we need to assist one another. Try to listen. Many presentations, short ones, but try to listen. Try to see. We have prepared a program which is short, to the point, in order to be able to follow up something that affects everyone on board, not only the officers or the ratings. and please share your thoughts. You will be able to join the QR code that you have on your tables or the details that you have on the screen in order to ask your questions during the day anonymously. Okay? So you can scan the code which is on your tables and you will be able to ask the questions that you wish. We will address the questions at the end of the day. I want to remind everyone that this is our website. This is the website and this is the password in order to enter the previous events and to see the videos and the video that we are going to prepare for this forum. But also to see the agenda and what is coming up, which is the next forum coming up. This is where you'll be able to find all the details. So, finally, we might have an emergency. It can happen to anyone, anytime. The most important thing is to remain calm, leave your stuff here, no need to pick up your bags or something else. Just we go out slowly in a proper way, because otherwise panic is not assisting. The way out is through the stairs and out the Fairmont Hotel, or otherwise from the right side there is the other staircase which goes to the Raffles exit on that. I hope you enjoy the forum. Take care and have fun, okay? Thank you all. Now, let's all welcome on stage Mr. Anthony Lapros, our COO, for a good morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. Hello, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. So, we're having a few technical difficulties, but still we're a bit behind schedule. So we will move fast along. We don't want to bore you to death. We don't want to put you to sleep. We had a couple of good days. Already the first day was very good. Let's try and make this one even better. Our topic today is about change. It's one of my favorite subjects. I'm one of these people that are obsessed with change. Maybe not so obsessed as this guy. He's a very old guy, older than me, 2,500 years old. His passion was change. He's a Greek philosopher who taught that change is the root of everything. And I believe this firmly. We need to keep on changing. We need to keep on evolving to be better, to live in the future. Everything around us is changing, and change is something that we need to deal with every single day. So Heraclitus, he taught about change. He didn't know how fast things would change. In the last couple of centuries, things are changing very fast. Imagine that we went from the first transatlantic flight to the moon in a period of only 50 years. In the second part of this century and today, things are changing even faster. The last few years have been no different. This is where we were in 2019, let's say still in our years of innocence, and then in a couple of years, everything changed. Most notably this pandemic on the one side, wars breaking out on the other side in the last couple of years, dramatic changes on every front. So the pace of change is something that is undeniable. It is very fast. We need to keep on running in order to catch up with change. Everything is volatile. This is a new phrase. You are not familiar with it, but it's very up to date now in business, in the United States mostly. Everything is volatile, everything is uncertain, is complex and ambiguous. And all this is the result of change and of the pace of change. Personally, I believe in change, even though this is me. and some of you in this room, even if you don't want to admit it yet, okay, we are a little bit of a dinosaur waiting for extinction, but I am a positive dinosaur, I'm an optimistic dinosaur, because I believe in the young generation, I believe in you in here, in this room, in all the values you carry, in all the energy you have to make all this change for the better. I believe that the world in 20 years from now will be better than what it is today and better than what it was 20 years ago. I firmly believe this, and this is why I, and like I expect you, embrace the tides of change. All these things that this guy is, actually this guy you can tell from his clothes and even from his face, he's from the 80s, all these things that he's holding are now in your phone. Many of you will not even recognize what these things are. Tape recorders and calculators and all this stuff, everything is now in your pocket. Imagine the power that we have today compared to what we used to have. The power of technology, the power of knowledge. It's all about how we embrace it and how we use it and we put it to good use. These two guys, 10 or 12 or 15 years ago, they had this difficult job. If you are, remember in the old days how difficult it was to get a shot from the air. You know, they had all these news stations had these helicopters, and they were proud and going around and said, we managed to get this wonderful shot. Now, 10 years down the line, anybody can do it with a drone. Of course, you need somebody to fly the drone, but it's a totally different expertise. Things are moving fast, and change is here, and like I said, we need to embrace it. This is a sign I found. It's one of the shipyards where we built our ships. No change, no chance, no future, no growth. It is inevitable, but it is also positive. We have to put it in our mind. We cannot remain in the old days, and I'm telling this especially for the more senior guys out here. We need to give chances to the new people. We need to support them. We need to nurture them, like we discussed yesterday, as if they are our children, so they can grow and they can deliver to us the better world that they can, because they have this ability, and they have all the skills and all the tools to do it. So to finish off, what can we do? Number one, accept change. It is a natural thing. It has been happening for ages, for centuries. In the same way that our parents had to accept some things, we also have to accept it. It is change. The only thing that is different is the speed, is the pace. It is very fast. And again, this is something that we have to accept. We have to understand it. It needs effort from our side. It needs effort from the younger generation also, so that we can join our forces and together become better. We need to focus on the positives. In every change, there are positives and negatives. We usually tend to focus on the negatives. We are resistant to change. This is not what we should do. We should focus on the positives. If we focus on the positives, that is where we will arrive. By default, nobody wants to change. It is easy. Nobody wants to exit his comfort zone. We have learned something and we want to remain there. Again, it is all in the mind. We need to think about it. We need to accept the change. We need to communicate. We need to engage with our teams. And only in this respect will we be able to get better. So in a word, we need to embrace the change. Some things never change. One thing that never changes is that we are a family, and we will remain like this no matter what. So I thank you very much for all your efforts so far. I thank you for all your efforts in the future. We will remain a family, but we will also change, and we will embrace the change. So thank you very much, everybody. Let's have a great day. Thank you. I will now invite, I was about to go off, but I remember I had something else to do. You see, I'm not so fast as I used to be. In order to understand change also even better, we will try to give you a short, a brief description of where we were, so that we can understand where we are going to. So we have prepared a journey through history, and I would like to invite two of our lovely colleagues who came in from Greece to join us here and to narrate us and to take us through the story of Greek shipping and our company as well. So I would like to invite Ms. Christina Patelli, our Bunkering Purchases Officer. Please, a round of applause for our lovely lady. And also Ms. Vaya Kirodimou, our SQE officer. They will very briefly, and I hope very successfully, tell you the story of Centrofin and our company and our family. So thank you very much, everybody. Let's hear this nice story.
In a sea that humans have sailed for thousands of years, explorers from the digital age have gone in search of their ancestors. They have found shipwrecks from every era, but 1.5 miles below the surface, deeper than the divers could go, a remote-controlled submarine lit up an ancient treasure, and its laser technology was used to produce a model of the wreck on the surface.
It's a Greek ship which is essentially, it's complete. So there's the hull. These are the rowing benches where the oarsmen would have sat. It was also a sail vessel, so there's the mast is still in place. And what gave the game away as to its actual cultural identity, if you like, is this rudder here, the quarter rudder with the tiller still in place.
The ship was so perfectly preserved because there is no oxygen in the water in the depths of the Black Sea, and the environment can't sustain the organisms which would normally have destroyed the wood within a few years. So the wreck provides some clues as to how an ancient civilization worked. Archaeologists believe the ship began its journey in Greece and had crossed through the Bosporus Strait loaded with goods to trade around the edge of the Black Sea. The vessel may well have sunk in bad weather, some 50 miles off the coast of what is now Bulgaria, where it has remained undisturbed for nearly 2,500 years. The find also lends some reality to Greek myth. This vase in the British Museum depicts an episode in the Odyssey when the hero tied himself to the mast to resist the siren's calls, on a ship exactly like the one at the bottom of the Black Sea.
It looks so similar, but no one knew that the person who'd made that in 400, 450 BC, that they'd actually seen the ship. You didn't know how accurate it was. So now we have this really clear idea of what the ships actually looked like, that they were traversing those waters.
I really want you to tell me that this was the ship that Odysseus sailed.
We didn't find Odysseus strapped to the mast.
The Black Sea Survey has identified around 60 wrecks, and they include Roman and Ottoman ships. This vast underwater museum may have many more glimpses to give of worlds lost long ago. Geraint Vincent, News at 10.
Greece has always been a seafaring nation, and Greeks were always capable seafarers. They did it for expanding their trade, but also because they were curious. The same curiosity that brought around advances in science, medicine, mathematics, and astronomy also turned the Greeks into fearless explorers. Almost 3,000 years ago, the Greeks started colonizing the coastal areas of the Mediterranean and Black Sea. This colonization was not an occupation. The Greeks created outposts in order to promote trade and business, not to enslave the local populations. In the 7th century BC, many colonies were founded in Ionia, present-day Turkey, in southern Italy, and on the Black Sea coast. We will not spend too much time on ancient history, so we'll fast move forward to the 19th century. The late 19th century. Significant advances were made at the time that would revolutionize sea transportation. First of all was the transition from sail to steam, a revolution starting with the SS Great Britain, the first ocean-going steamship with a screw propeller, still with masts and sails as auxiliaries. This revolution took decades to be completed and was greatly assisted by the opening of the Suez Canal in 1869, which put the final nail in the coffin of the sailing ships, as the sailing ships could not transit it. Today, we're in the dawn of a new major change in the way ships are powered, and some people go to the extent of comparing the unknown forthcoming changes, be it LNG, or hydrogen, or ammonia, or even sail again, to the major transition from sail to steam in the 19th century. Enter modern Greece. Greeks were already active in international trading with sailing ships, built mostly in Greece. The transition from sail to steam brought along a major change for Greek owners. They could no longer build their ships in Greece, as Greece did not have the shipbuilding infrastructure. Moreover, the Greek crews were not experienced in steam engines, so for the first time, the Greek companies, just like today, had to employ foreign engineers and crews. Greece was at the time still a small country, but there was significant Greek presence in Black Sea nations and Constantinople, present-day Istanbul, as well as London, Cardiff, and Marseille. So just like today, a lot of Greek-owned ships were registered under foreign flags like Russia, Turkey, and the UK. This demonstrates the international nature of Greek shipping even from those times. The next technological advance was the steam turbine, a more powerful and fuel-consuming engine that was meant to dominate the seas for the first half of the 20th century. The steam turbine saw its glory days with the huge ocean liners that were crossing the Atlantic, transporting goods and immigrants to the New World. It was used for larger vessels, including VLCCs, till the 1970s, but its decline started after the Second World War, when gradually more efficient marine diesel engines were designed.
Enter the Liberties. The Greek merchant fleet participated in the Second World War on the side of the Allies, serving bravely under the British forces. During the war, Greek ships moved 40 million tons of supplies, but also suffered tragic losses. 2,000 Greek seafarers were lost. Out of 1,270 ships being operated under the Greek flag at the beginning of the war, more than 70% were lost at sea. The Greeks found themselves in the same position as they were 70 years ago. They had to start again from scratch. The legendary Liberties were British-designed ships that were built in huge numbers in the USA and Canada to help the war effort. 100 of these ships, along with 7 tankers, were sold by the US government to Greek owners right after the war and formed the starting point of the so-called Greek shipping miracle. One of the last Liberty ships was acquired by a foundation led by Greek ship owners, was renamed Hellas Liberty, and was converted to a floating museum which can be visited in the port of Piraeus. Later on, Greek owners foresaw the boom in oil transportation and were among the first that started constructing ships in Japan. The first new buildings delivered from Japan to Greek owners in 1952 were tankers built at Hitachi. Thereafter, Greeks have built more than 1,600 ships in Japan. That's the equivalent to almost one vessel delivered every 2 weeks, consistently over a period of 70 years. And this is just from Japan. The Greek dominance of the seas continued to grow over the coming decades. By 1996, almost 85% of the Liberty ships still in operation belonged to Greeks. Low-cost ship designs were built to gradually replace the Liberties, like the SD-14, shelter deck 14,000 tons, designed in Sunderland and built under the license by many yards, including Hellenic shipyards in Greece. The first of these Liberty replacement ships was delivered in 1967. At the same time, Japanese yards produced the very reliable and profitable Freedom-type ships launched in the mid-60s. 126 Freedoms were built, many of which ended up in Greek hands, and they were followed by the equally successful Fortune and Friendship vessels.
Enter our founding family. In the early 70s, the Prokopiou family decided to leave aside the real estate activities and to venture into uncharted waters. After learning about the industry, the first vessel was acquired, motor vessel Pola, a small general cargo ship built in the UK. Soon, only two of the brothers remained in the business, and the company enjoyed some early success with bulk carriers until the Great Recession of the 80s. Times in the 80s were difficult for all shipping companies. Ships were laid up or abandoned all around the world. A common anecdote was that one could walk from Elefsis to Salamis Island by moving from ship to ship. The company's fleet shrank from 27 ships to just 11 in 1985. One of the ventures that was successful during the early years was the acquisition of the first tanker vessel, the Normand, built in France. This was a VLCC of about 240,000 tons deadweight, which was laid up for some time and then operated briefly, but eventually was sold for a significant profit. Another success story was the acquisition and operation of a fleet of heavy lift carriers from German company Hansa Heavy Lift. These were specialized vessels fitted with huge derricks whose combined lifting capacity reached even up to 700 tons on some vessels. Their loading operation was highly sophisticated for the era, and they remained employed on successful liner trades for many years to come, serving infrastructure projects mostly in remote areas in developing countries. The last one of these historic vessels was the Tribbles, built in 1974, that was eventually sold for demolition in 2002.
Enter Centrofin. A major milestone came 30 years ago. In late 1992, Centrofin was established in order to follow a separate path from the existing family business. With few resources, the first vessel was acquired on January 8, 1993. Then in EMEA was an undersized Suezmax tanker of 123,000 tons deadweight built in Japan. A new chapter dawned, and Centrofin started investing steadily in more modern vessels. In the early years, it was mostly tankers, both crude oil carriers and smaller-sized product tankers like the original Leni, but then also in dry bulk carriers. Marine Trust was established as a technical manager in 1996, and eventually, many years later, Trust Bulkers was formed to focus on the dry cargo fleet. 1996 and 1997 were very important years for the company. Firstly, it moved to its modern offices in Lifada, where it is still based. Secondly, the decision was taken to set up own manning offices, starting with CENMAR in Manila. The first ship to be manned by full Filipino crew selected and recruited by CENMAR was the small Panamax tanker Apnea under the command of Captain Andaya in 1997. In 1997, another significant event took place. Under the guidance of the late George Savrakis, the company placed its first order for a new building vessel at Daewoo Heavy Industries in Korea. The ship was a 98,000-ton LR2 product carrier and was built to the highest standards by a team of supervisors led by Ioannis Pandos. She was delivered in September 1998 and named Panagia Armata. During the following 23 years, she served the company well, completing over 400 successful voyages, and was eventually sold in March 2021. The late 90s were not easy years. However, the dawn of the millennium found the company with a fleet of 17 vessels with a total deadweight of about 1.2 million tons, not a small achievement for a company only in its 7th year of independent operation. The early 2000s were challenging years, but a boom in the global transportation markets started in early 2003 and would last for 5 years. During these years, the company had the opportunity to expand further with more new building corridors in Korea and China. At the same time, the presence of CENMAR was expanded with offices in Mumbai and Odessa in order to meet the increased manning needs for quality officers. From 2009 until 2011, the company found itself constructing 18 vessels in 5 different shipyards in 3 countries: Hyundai Samho and Samsung in Korea, SWS and New Times in China, plus Tsuneshi in Japan. All were completed under the supervision of our teams, which at some point exceeded 25 persons in total. The end result was very positive, and the company was rewarded with quality vessels, the majority of which are still trading successfully in our fleet.
Unfortunately, the timing was not so rewarding commercially. The global financial crisis started in late 2008, and along with excessive shipbuilding, created a negative effect on shipping that would last for the best part of the following 10 years. The 2010s was a difficult decade for all of us. New projects were halted and expansion was very slow. One opportunity, however, was too good to be ignored. And so in 2011, the company re-entered the VLCC market with the acquisition of the Kalymnos and Serigo, both built in Daegu in 2000. These ships got off to a slow start, but eventually would serve the company well for 8 hard years. Their sale opened the door for expansion once again, with new investments in second-hand tonnage with 4 Hyundai-built LR2s, 3 LR1s, and 2 MR tankers. Throughout the years, the company has been aiming for continual improvement. We have invested in new technologies, modification of existing designs, training of personnel and implementation of modern management systems, always with a view towards a safe and environmentally conscious operation. We have received ISO accreditations in 4 areas of excellence: quality, environmental management, occupational health and safety, and for energy efficiency. The 2020s have been a real turning point. Improved markets, along with sound commercial judgment, have brought about fresh growth. A major expansion in the dry bulk market was made at a very positive timing. Simultaneously, new orders for 5 Suezmaxes were placed with Samsung Heavy Industries. The ships boast the latest technological advances and have already joined our fleet. These 30 years have been remarkable. Our ships have made almost 19,000 port calls and have delivered more than 630 million tons of cargo. Our fleet now stands at over 40 vessels and close to 4.8 million tons of deadweight.
We have tried to briefly describe our accomplishments, our growth, our improvement in quality, our commercial success, and our accreditations. It has been a truly phenomenal journey. However, we have not yet mentioned our greatest achievement, our safety record, your safety record. During these 30 years, we have not lost a single soul on board the vessel due to an accident. This claim is something that fills us with great joy and happiness. We are truly proud of this, and we acknowledge that, along with all
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me? That's great. Good morning, everyone. Hello. That's me again talking about safety. That's the only thing I want to talk about. It's my only goal. And what a strong moment when Vaya talked about our safety record. Over 30 years, we have never lost a life. But we should never lose our incentive to get better, to keep raising our safety culture. There is no limit to our safety culture. And we need to try to search of new ways to remind our people, to remind ourselves on how to become even more safety conscious day by day. Make safety personal was a phrase that really caught my eye, and I like it very much because we have Get Home Safe, but this is a step further, how to make it a personal affair of yours. Very simple. Watch out your safety. Switch your mind to a safety mode. You have to be curious. You have to have the situational awareness. You have to look around you. Watch out for safety. You can do that by looking out for something unsafe around you, an unsafe act, an unsafe condition. That's how you watch out for safety. And when you see something, say something. When you see something, say something. You need to speak up in every occasion. You have your stop work obligation. Use it. Motivate your colleagues to use it as well. It's not a bad thing, it's a good thing. Nothing to be embarrassed. You have your last-minute risk assessment. When you're on the job, on the task site, have it in your coverall, take it off, see what hazards can be around you, spot them, and then say something, speak up. There is a survey that says that employees only speak up in 2 out of every 5 unsafe situations. This should not apply to us. Speak up on every unsafe situation. This is a video I would like you to see. just for short people. This is not our stuff. And it can go on with many other bloopers, but not relevant to us. Because I know sometimes it is hard to speak up when we see something unsafe, but why is that? Why is it hard to say something? Because maybe you are afraid that you will offend someone, or maybe that we believe it is not our responsibility, or even maybe out of fear. But you have to keep in the back of your minds that we have our no blame culture, and if you speak up, no one should tell you that it was a wrong thing that you spoke up. Even if it is a mistake, it doesn't matter. If there is an issue, you know my number, it's posted all over the vessels, please call me. No one should blame you for speaking up. We saw a video yesterday, some of you saw it. The reasons that we are not speaking up cannot be compared with the regret that we will feel if we saw something unsafe and somebody got injured and we could have prevented it by speaking up. So what can you do to motivate people to think about safety? Bring up safety even if nothing is wrong. If you see someone to do something in a really safe way, give them a compliment. Or you may have a traumatic experience or an experience during an accident. When you share this in few words with your colleagues, this is something that becomes memorable, sharing experiences. These are good points to keep in mind, and easy ones. This was our greatest incentive. We keep saying, our only goal is for you to get home safe. We need to find an additional incentive. This is very well based, but let's get it further. We should have safety in our mind like a reflex. What do you do when I throw the ball to you? You did like that to avoid it. It's a reflex. When you think of safety as a reflex and you don't have to go through a procedure in your mind, this would be our goal. And then what we can say is that you make safety personal to yourself. What you see there, this picture is a little bit dark, but it is an enclosed space. Would you send your son to go inside an enclosed space without going through the procedure of a permit, of an enclosed space permit? No, you wouldn't. What about this sea, the bad weather, and the launch boat? Would you let your daughter to embark or disembark with this boat during this weather? This is how making safety personal. We have another video. make it safe. Make it personal. You're watching out for your colleagues. What about yourself? Who is responsible about your safety? It's a mirror. It's just you. Thank you. You're stuck with me.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello again.
It's our presentation together.
I think so.
Okay.
I think it's time to, and we wanted to raise another topic. Something that we believe that, okay, the fleet has expanded a lot. We see many new faces. You see many faces new on board as well, right? And we need to raise awareness that alcohol is not something that we support on board. We have a non-alcohol policy.
It's relevant to your safety, actually. That's why we do it. The main reason is that for you to be safe, and this is why we have this policy. We talked about mistakes. People make mistakes, they do. And everyone makes mistakes. It's one of the basic human principles. But mistakes are not intentional. When someone uses alcohol, it is intentional. It is not a mistake. So it goes against our policy, and the policy is there to protect you.
Basically, why should anyone use alcohol? Usually, maybe it's because they are anxious, they want to, let's say, relax. Could be. Maybe they are with friends. I understand. I'm not an alcohol person, but I understand. I might need, let's say, an hour to drink one glass of beer, okay? But I really understand. I have many friends, but when you are especially at work, the cons, the list of cons, are much longer. Here you can see only a few. Just lose your focus. You lose the situational awareness. You might have an injury or death, not even mentioning that you are jeopardizing your career. Health issues, family issues. And I'm not talking about the rest of the two that you've seen on the list. You see that if you put them down, it is actually a very, very strong cons list, especially when you are on board. The dangers are much more. Can we see the...
Instead, we are very proud that we are promoting our care and welfare project and campaign, and this will also become, and it has become, a policy that we should pay attention and prioritize the care and welfare across our ships and our seafarers. So what we have been doing, I don't know, have you been on board when we launched our campaign about the recreational? Anyone, have you seen them? We created a new list for all the board games, the gym equipment and everything. We took your advice on what you like on board, and we're trying to locate them and have them and keep them in an inventory that you don't lose them, and you use them when you're on board, and you use them all together to bond instead of being locked in your room, looking at the mobile and thinking about what is going on at home, which is okay, something that you need to do, but it distracts you. How much better is to use all these recreational activities and bond with each other? There is the mental health issue, which is huge. And it's something that we were not daring to talk about previous years, but now it is very important, and no one should be ashamed if they feel depressed or if they're not feeling well. They should share it with your shipmates, and if you do not feel that you want to share that, we have the mental health line, the helpline, which is totally confidential, and you can use it, or you can advise someone to use it, someone that you suspect they may not be feeling very well. I hope that your provisions are perfect. And if that does not happen on an occasion, it is never, I assure you, it is never because we wanted you to have not a good quality provisions or fresh food or fresh vegetable or... I know how important it is. So, if you anticipate something will go wrong, you can call anyone in the office. You can call marine operations, you can call a supply department, you can call me personally and tell me all about it. I just want to assure you, we will never do that intentionally. Just contact us. Why am I talking about this? Alcohol has nothing to do. I mean, when you have this on board, why should someone feel to search for another way to release their anxiety?
True, and we understand that working on board is demanding. A lot of stress, a lot of hours, fatigue is there, but drinking will reduce your reaction time when you need to do something on an emergency basis, or even in your daily tasks. So protect yourselves, protect your colleagues, right? And remember that discuss with each other, try to avoid it. You should always know that we are here also that you can report to us that there is an abuse of alcohol on board. You should be able to do that to any one of us, and you are able to do that to any of us, or anybody. You can call anybody at any time. And you know that, of course, we are fully aware of what's going on board. Of course, sometimes, there are times that things are being missed out. That's why we need your phone call. We need you to speak up, as we said, because we want you to get home safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrea and Ellie. So it's time for a quick break, an alcohol-free break. So you can go outside, have a nice coffee, and we'll see you back at 11:45. Okay? Thank you, everybody.
So that, so that, so that.
little bit more complicated than that. And this is what we will try to analyze to see what it actually means and how we can improve it. Because it's all about improving, it's all about changing, as we said earlier today. So, our goal is, what is our goal? To get? Thank you. And how can we do this? What actually makes our ships safe? Is it the people? Or is it the environment? Is it you? You all have your skills, your abilities, your training. You've done your drills. All these are individual things. It's what you know. It's what you carry with you. All your experience. Or is it maybe the environment, the company, the systems, the procedures, the checklists, all these things, the technology, the new ships that you saw in the video before? Which is the thing that determines safety? Both. Thank you. Both. So it is not just human performance, it's not about only the individual. It is about the people, the culture, the systems, and how they interact. I will give you an example from yesterday's basketball game. We had our MVP yesterday. MVP, who was our OS, Pedregosa. Is he here? OS Pedregosa. Please stand up. Please stand up. A round of applause. Stay there. Don't sit down. Also, I remember we had a very good player, Assistant Cook Ostan. Assistant Cook Ostan, where are you? Please stand up. Round of applause. Thank you. And we had a good player also, I think this time, maybe for the first time, we had a good player that came out of Greece. This transfer that we had specifically because he played basketball, Mr. Andreas Igoriou, please stand up. I think he played quite well also. So these three people, they played very well yesterday. In this environment, they're good players. If we move them magically to the NBA, will they get better? Will they get worse? Will they still be good? It's a different environment. The same players, the same skills, the same abilities. I'm sure he will not be the MVP. I'm sure. I mean, 100%. You will not be the MVP at NBA. But, because this is a different environment, I'm also sure that each and every one of you will improve. Because when you find yourself in a better environment, then you will improve individually. You may not be the MVP, but you will improve. So this is how the environment interacts with the people, and together they create better human performance also for the individual. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Please sit down. So in order to advance the cause of human performance and to understand it, we have read a lot of books, the scientists have made a lot of studies, and they have arrived at these 5 principles. There are 5 principles, very basic, very elementary principles that define and help us get better. The more we understand them, the more we can become better as individuals. The first one, very simple, all of them are very simple. They don't apply only on board, they apply everywhere. They are rules for our everyday life. The first one is that error is normal. People make mistakes. There is no one in the world, in the universe, that does not make mistakes. The earlier we understand this, the easier it will be to accept these mistakes and to learn how to deal with them, and then again, improve our performance. The second is, blame fixes nothing. It is a tendency. We like to blame people. It's I would say, an immediate reaction when something happens. Let's find whose fault it is. It doesn't help. Maybe sometimes it makes us feel better. It does not fix anything. Learning and improving is vital. This, I don't think I had to expand about it. Life is a continuous learning journey. It never stops. The fourth one, context drives behavior. This is what we said about the environment. This is what we said about the NBA. The context will drive the behavior. The people will behave differently. They will get better when they move in a different environment. And how you respond to failure matters. Most important, especially if you're in a leadership position, your actions create reactions. Your behavior creates behavior for others, which they may carry with them for the rest of their lives. Like we carry ourselves the learnings that we have from our parents. And they're very difficult to get rid of. Okay, so all these are the 5 key principles. I just mentioned them very quickly. And I need help. And because these are not difficult concepts, I will recruit random people among you to help me with these 5 principles and maybe get to know a little bit better about each of these principles. So, without further ado, error is normal. Do I have any volunteers? I do not, so I will pick somebody totally out of random, around here. Table number 5. Captain Michalis, please stand up. This is for you. It is a T-shirt with our principle printed on it. And please, if you may, wear it. Thank you very much. And tell our audience, tell our people here what you think about this first principle. Error is normal.
So, error is normal. Eh? It's me again speaking about errors. Maybe I make too many. I'm an expert. So, gentlemen, yesterday I asked a question. I will ask the same question again. Do you make mistakes? Yes. Yes. Because we are not lawyers, and we don't play with words, we are seamen. Error and mistake is the same thing. Okay. What is error? What do you think is error? Error is an unintentional deviation from an expected outcome. We expect something, it happens something different, because something is, happens. What happens is our mistake, our error. Okay, so human error is not a choice. Nobody wants to make errors. Everybody likes to be perfect. It's a human nature. Okay, but error happens. Nobody wants. It's unavoidable. It's not a choice. It's a fact. Happens. Okay. May an error be good or bad? Are there bad and good errors? No. I can say no. All errors are good. Why? Because they give us the opportunity to learn and become better. The problem here is that many of us cannot see them. Cannot see them. And at this point, it is our obligation, our office staff, to give you the motivation to become better and see through our mistakes. Any error, any mistake have consequences. Maybe it's minor, maybe are huge. Consequences is attached to an error. The consequences are the vehicle to help us be better. Through consequences we learn. An error without consequences is passing behind the mirror. Nobody sees it. So, the only problem, errors are good, we saw that. Okay. But there is a problem. The problem with being wrong is that before you know that you are wrong, you believe that you are right. It happens, everybody, to all of us. So, what is the way to escape from this path? Our system. Our safety management system. That's why we have to study, we have to learn our management system, we have to ask questions, we have to seek instructions, and to get improved day to day. Because every day we make mistakes, even if we don't know. So, the result, the conclusion of what I have to say is that people always make mistakes and always learn from them. Okay. And this is natural. Mistakes are natural, but learning, it depends on our will. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Michali, for these wise words. Will very well correctly said, error is normal, and that is why you have to learn to live with it. And of course, what we have to learn is how to respond when people make errors. So that is the second principle, how you respond to failure matters. And I would like to invite our second mate here. This is for you, you will wear it. Second mate, D now, or something like that. I apologize if it is mixed. So he will share with us his opinion, how he perceives this principle. Again, it's a very simple principle. So please, you have the ability to drive us through this principle. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello. Hi.
Hello.
Hi. Hello. Yes, the second present. How you respond to failure matters. We can reflect, all of us can reflect about this one. So this is talking about emotion. So please put in your mind how you respond with failure matters. So take a moment, not 1 minute, only 1 second, 2 seconds. Please take a moment how you respond to failure matters. This is about emotion. Good phrase says, leaders should be also a good follower. Leaders, please bear this in mind, put this in your mind. Because leaders' reaction can give big, huge impact to the performance of their juniors, subordinates, colleagues. Since we are coming from different countries, cultures, though we are Filipinos, but we are coming from different islands in the Philippines, we are facing, or we are interacting to different kinds of reactions from our leaders. Next slide. Negative reaction can lead to mistakes that lead to failures to vessel, accident, or worse, fatal. Thus, on other hand, next slide, sir. Positive reaction can lead to positive, harmonious environment and good relationship on board. We all know that. So leaders' response matters. It creates a future behavior of your colleagues or your subordinates. This is a domino effect, for sure. As for my experiences, though it's very little, and observations, there are simple things that some leaders really forget. Like, for example, if there is your colleague who done exceptional, good, it's better for me, it's better to upload the person in open. Because it's good, and it really feels good. But on the other hand as well, if your subordinates or some crew members done something wrong, it is better to do it in closed doors. Because it will take out, or it would lose the self-esteem of your colleagues or crew members. For me, the most important thing about good leader is to treat everybody with kindness, respect. Also, as we talked earlier, we should let our crew members speak out. Dapat po tayong magsalita kung alam po naman nating tama tayo, sir. So, huwag kayong mahiya kung tama naman po kayo. A leader should also remember that great and positive things can be achieved, but not yourself alone, but also working together, all together, teamwork. Lastly, we should create an environment of mutual trust. Where's the trust? There. Mutual trust, teamwork, in order to have a smooth operation on board vessel. Lastly, please everybody, help me. We can blame and punish, or we can learn and improve, but we cannot do both. Once again, we can blame
and punish. We
can learn and improve.
We cannot do both.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Excellent. He put, I think we can call it a day. He put everything in there. He talked about teamwork, about respect, about blaming. So I think, no need for any further presentation. Thank you very much. Another round of applause, please. It was very good. We'll move on to the next one. And of course, how you respond matters, leads sometimes to blame. And that is why blame fixes nothing, and this is important to understand it. And I will invite our lovely Xenia from our office, from our core department, please. This is for you. Oh, bravo, good catch. Please, let us have your insight about blame and how it fixes nothing.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I will say a few things about the third principle, blame fixes nothing, and I would like to start with that. Blame is emotionally important, not operationally important. Blaming, although sometimes emotionally satisfying, fixes nothing. It satisfies only the person who is looking for fault. Let's stop playing the blame game. Let's stop asking who, and let's focus on why and what. Blame is the opposite of encouragement, and I would like to draw your attention on that. You are all leaders on board the vessels, and you have to keep in mind that your role is very important in creating the working culture. People are achieving levels of performance because of encouragement receiving from their leaders, not because of blame. Recent studies have also shown that seeing someone else in your work to blame it's enough to make you adopt the same behavior to blame. So let's all of us avoid blaming and encourage more, because blame can destroy creativity and innovation and can cause the organization to suffer. Fix the problem, not the blame, the Japanese saying. Don't fix the blame effectively means take responsibility. So, take responsibility, fix the problem, and find ways to avoid make the same in the future. Let's say again what we said before. We can blame and punish, or we can learn and improve. There is no way we can do both. Thank you.
Thank you, Xenia. Please give her another round of applause, because she needs the encouragement. The encouragement is necessary because it's her first time in front of such a big audience, and I know it is not easy, and I thank you, like I thank all of our participants. We'll move on to the next one, which is about context. We already discussed a bit about it, and I will invite my good friend here, very randomly chosen, second mate Cervenia. He will talk about this principle, context-driven behavior. It is not an easy one. I think this is the most difficult to grasp, but of course we have gone through the other three already. So error is normal, blame fixes nothing, how you respond matters. All these are part of the context. So I will pass this on to you. Thank you. And your mic.
Okay, good afternoon. Today I'm going to discuss the fourth principle of human performance, which is context drives behavior. Maybe So some of you is not familiar with this word, or it's like a word very complex. But in reality, it's very simple. Just you need to grasp at the feeling of it. Okay? Oh, this is sir.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to proceed to the next slide. From the word context, it's the individual behavior, which are heavily influenced by specific circumstances, environment, and condition in which they find themselves. Okay? Which other words, in the context, working on a tanker vessel. Sorry, sir. It's a different slide.
You move, you advance. With the left button. Yeah, bravo. Nope.
No, the rest. I present this the morning.
Δώσω κάτι το πρωί. Anyway, work with this.
Okay.
Work with this.
Okay.
Work with this.
I saw some.
Okay, maybe we made a mistake, but error is normal. You know
yes,
that.
Error is normal.
So please,
now we are applying error is normal. It's a technical error.
Don't blame us. Don't blame us.
It's okay, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, so from the text, context drive behavior. Context. The word context is a surrounding, it's a circumstances, or behavior. Yes. It's a different slide, sir. Okay, I'm going to work on it. Now, especially, we are on the same industry, as a shipping industry. That's why I'm making this. I will try to explain. This is a context, especially safety regulation and protocol. We are a tanker on a vessel. We are implementing strict safety and regulation protocols govern various aspects. For example, we're going to adherence or implement safety drills, proper handling of hazardous materials, and compliance with international maritime law in order to make the vessel and safety. Okay, we're going to next slide. Also, it's going to apply also in navigational challenges, especially if you are navigating narrow channels, very traffic and geographical challenges, and then we require high level of alertness in order to adhere and establish proper procedure in this. Okay, in the next section, we're also applying the context during emergency response. Emergency response, and on the context of these vessels, being prepared, all crew must be prepared at all times in case of emergency. And it's also affect the behavior of person. Example, if we're not doing the drills every time on the vessel, what to do in case of emergency? We're just only stay on this. We're not ready. We're not how to respond, especially in case of fire. That's why we're also have a master. We're doing this one is bi-monthly or as per a matrix in order to do the effective response. Okay, next. Environmental concerns. Also, the context on the environmental responsibility influences the behavior of the crew in terms of ensuring that all operations are conducted in a manner that minimizes the risk of spill, especially in tanker vessels. Also in the bulk tankers, we're also doing this bunkering. That's why also you need to do all this context regards with the environment responsibility. Okay, team collaboration. The context of working in a confined space, which is the vessel, with a reliability small crew for an extended period influences interpersonal dynamics. Effective teamwork is crucial for successful operation on board ship. The behavior of individuals is by the need of clear communication, mutual respect, and collaboration to navigate the challenges in environment. Okay, last, also regulatory compliance. Any type of ships are subject to numerous international and national regulations. The behavior of individuals on the vessel is driven by the need to comply with this regulation, covering aspects such as cargo handling, vessel maintenance, and crew qualification. Non-compliance can have severe legal and operational consequences. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, sorry. Sorry, sir. The different slide.
Thank you, and apologies if we mixed up the slides. But all of these points that you mentioned, all of this is the bigger context that drives our behavior. All this legislative environment, the inspection regime, the company policy, all of this is the context, and the interaction with our people. Even what we're doing now today actually creates context that will drive future behavior. And last but not least, we have a very important one. Learning and improving is vital. And I will randomly select our basketball player from Greece, Andreas. Good catch, thank you. Please give us your insight about learning and improving and how and why this is vital. So the floor is yours, thank you.
Hello everyone. I don't know if mic works. Okay, now. So, I'm going to start with a very famous saying from Mahatma Gandhi. Live as you were to die tomorrow. Learn as you were to live forever. Learning and improving is vital. You are 80 morning. Which is the reason for that? Learning and improving is vital to our operations and the very essence to our goal for operational excellence. It is how we grow, mature, and keep our confidence, and there is no age restriction for that, which is very important. Life is a journey, and that's how learning and improvement should be treated. We have to keep our minds open and embrace the idea that even if we have authority on our job and we think that we know everything, most of the times we don't know everything, and there are a lot more things that we can learn and we are not even aware of. You may all have faced this fear in the past of speaking to your superiors when you're out about the problems and the possible dangers to your everyday work. This was the case for me as well. Traditionally, this was the case for me as well in the past, because traditionally speaking about problems about your work to your managers has been considered as a taboo. However, our company is a learning organization which values honest feedback from the expert bodies of the company, which are you, the seafarers. Our aim as a company is to be much more proactive than reactive regarding the possible malfunctions or dangers of our operational system. In short, we believe that learning from our co-workers may be the most powerful safety and reliability tool we have. The enemy of learning is knowing. If you think that you know the answer, you will not ask important, relevant questions. The sense that we know everything is more common while we are younger, and we don't have the experience and the maturity to understand that there is much more to learn. A great description for this is that depicted captain's journey. I used to be a cadet and I knew a lot. Then I became a third mate and I knew everything. Then I upgraded to second mate and and soon realized I was not as clever as I thought. Then I got promoted to chief officer. I knew I had much to learn. Then I finally became a captain, and I realized how much knowledge was still left to be acquired. But luckily, we had taught me everything. We shall keep in mind that the questions you ask influence the answers that you get. Knowing how to find and formulate better questions is a fundamental issue for organization, for our organization, for ability to learn and improve. Learning and improving provides you with a feeling of accomplishment, boosts your confidence, and it's the only way to make our operation systems more resilient to failure on our way to our operational excellence. Thank you.
Andrea, excellent. We went through all these 5 principles, and we are running out of time. So I would like to finish this presentation for everybody to stand up. Everybody please stand up and give a standing ovation to our 5 friends who had the courage to move forward and describe this. Thank you very much to all 5 of you. You did great. And please, let's move on. And we left learning as last because the next part is also relevant. So can Panayoti, can you please come forward, and Xenia and Captain Bobby, please? So the next presentation will be by this lovely trio. So please, you can sit down now. Thank you very much, and please enjoy the next presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony. So, hello everyone. I'm very excited to see you all here with us today. First of all, I would like to formally introduce my lovely colleagues and co-speakers today. So, Captain Bobby Joe Castigador has been working with us, for those who don't know him, working with us for many years as a master, and he has been a very valuable member of our team. And lately, he joined us in CENMAR Manila office, and he is working with our crew with briefings, familiarizations, and evaluations for promotion. And Miss Xenia Sarandidi, she works in the crew department. She is a very valuable member of our team. She is our eyes and ears in the crew department. She knows everything, and nothing happens without her. So if somebody wants to get promoted, if she doesn't do something, nothing happens, so treat her nice. So, we are going to demonstrate today how we receive the evaluations, what is the evaluation, and what we are doing about it. First of all, what is the evaluation? The evaluation is a process where the performance of a person is being documented periodically. So, what does that mean? Documented. It doesn't mean that you are evaluated only at that point. We are evaluated every single day. Now that I'm talking, maybe I'm being evaluated by someone. Maybe as you sit, as you react, you are being also evaluated. But there is a process that is called evaluation report that we are doing and we have in our system, which is very important. And why is it important? Because it identifies areas of improvement. As my friend Andreas said earlier, we cannot reach the levels from cadet to the master without this. Why? Because we identify what we need to do to improve. Someone who has been through this process is giving us a speech, and he's talking to us and telling us what do we have to do to get better, what is that we are lacking, what we are missing, and this is very important. Now, this clarifies the expectations, meaning that we don't know if any one of you is happy where they are now, or if they want something more, if they want to advance in their life. This is something that this process is identifying, and it creates your career growth from the early stages of cadet until the stage that you feel comfortable reaching. And we are setting goals for promotion. So, promotion from one rank to the other sometimes can be easy, sometimes can be very difficult. So, we have to set those goals here with us. The evaluation process is a very difficult one, and it becomes harder when someone has to deliver a bad evaluation, an evaluation where it has to be harsh to another person. So, in some cases, people, they tend to say that, oh, this is just a paper the office is asking us to do, so I will put something here, you will put something here, we will sign it, we will send it, nobody will say anything. This, believe me, doesn't help anyone. Not us, not you, no one. But it happens, why this happens, the difficult evaluations? It happens because sometimes the person who is being evaluated, he has a very different opinion and a very different point of view of himself. I may think that I'm the best, I'm doing everything right, but in the perspective of another person, it's not. So, to demonstrate how this difference in the mindset or in the perspective of the evaluated person and the one who is evaluating can be miles different, I'm going to demonstrate this with a short video. So, can we please?
So that was my weekend, nothing special. What about you? You seem rather chipper for a Monday.
Today is a good day. It's my performance review.
Wait a minute. You're excited about the performance review?
My next meeting is a one-on-one. I have to deliver a performance review.
That's not necessarily a bad thing.
It's with Matt.
Oh, I can see why you're so depressed.
Man, I'm stoked about this one. Because last time Melanie gave me kind of a bad review.
Last time I gave him an extremely negative review.
What exactly did she say?
You know, mumbo-jumbo manager speak.
I couldn't have been more clear.
Like needing a little touch-up here and there.
His appearance was sloppy, he was passive and unmotivated.
Maybe learn some more stuff.
And the quality of his work was completely substandard.
And we talked about my future.
I also said that I didn't see much of a future for him.
Dude, you have to read between the lines, but she was majorly hinting that I could go places.
I don't think he's gonna make it to the end of the year anyway.
With a little spit and polish? No big deal. So that's what I did. Got myself some spit and polish. Buddy, you're looking at Mr. Improved.
If anything, he's gotten worse. I don't know which is more objectionable, his social deficiencies or his technical incompetencies.
I mean, I busted my hump this last year. I even took some night classes at the community college.
I can see why you're so enthused about things.
It's more than that. I think I'll finally get that promotion I deserve. And believe me, with a new baby on the way, I could use all the cash I could get.
I'm putting Matt on probation. And that means no yearly bonus, but fortunately I hear his wife has a good job.
Especially with my wife losing her job and all.
Sorry to hear about that, mate. Tell you what, you give me a call after the review and we'll celebrate over lunch or something.
Yay.
Okay.
Cheerio.
Well, call me for lunch later. I have a feeling you're gonna need to take a break.
Well, Matt, are you ready?
You bet. Now, I'm jumping the gun a little bit here, I know. And maybe it's just nerves because my wife lost her job and all. But you'll see I deserve that promotion.
Promotion?
Yes. And I have you to thank. You know that little pep talk last time? And with being a new daddy and all. Anyway, I'm just so excited to hear what you have to say.
Facing a crucial conversation?
So, raise your hands to whoever had a similar experience in their lives during an evaluation report. No one? Nobody? Okay. So, now everybody here, Xenia, knows how they are doing this process on board, but we would like you to explain to us what we are doing when we receive these evaluation reports.
Right after you press the send button, when you send it, we receive the evaluations immediately through Danaos. Of course, the proper completion of the evaluation is very important for us because, for example, if you suggest someone for promotion and you don't complete the rank, a so simple thing, all the system crashes and we cannot even see the evaluation. So it's very important to complete properly the evaluation. And we have now the new forms, MAN 011 and MAN 012, which are more analytical, and you can say more things and help us to understand further the training needs, which are very important. We divide these needs between further training required or some briefing or for the recommendations for promotion. Sharing these to relevant people in charge and follow up until the completion of further training or briefing needs. I'll pass the mic to Captain Bobby to continue and describe further process of the procedure of further training and briefing.
Okay, thank you. Hello. Yes, good morning to you, to all of you. So from my side, I will explain the process that I am making after receiving the evaluation from the vessel. So they have given me an access to the Danaos application software directly from the vessel. So every time that you send the evaluation, I can easily access each and everyone's evaluation report. So in this process, can we change the slide? So what I am making is we are planning together with the office in Greece, we are planning about the additional training session, the briefing, and the onboard training. So the office is discussing about the weaknesses that a crew has received from the captain or any improvement that is needed for him. So among these three additional training session, briefing, and onboard training, the most effective way to train the crew is from the vessel, onboard training. Onboard training is already on board, so you have the equipments, you can mentor the crew there, so it is very effective. And most of all, it is free. Actual na siya. So for additional training, once I receive the evaluation, from my side, I am discussing with the office, especially with the crewing department, of the specific training. For example, if they want you to be promoted, so a specific training or briefing will be made specifically for you. So one by one po yan. This is a chance for me also to assess you if you are indeed capable of being promoted. And for the number 4 bullet, please, I'd like to remind you, for the captains, chief engineer, and senior officers, please don't take the 5 e-digit codes. Wag naman po, no? So this is a private property, confidential po ito. So I have heard a lot of crew reporting that their 5-digit code is being taken from them, no? So they don't have a chance to read the appraisal. From that moment, no, if they saw the actual appraisal, from that moment they can improve immediately. Once they saw their weaknesses immediately on the appraisal report. So from the vessel, they can immediately change. So they can improve from that moment. So napaka-importante po. Okay? So lastly, purpose of trainings and briefings. So I'd like also to emphasize promotion. So a lot of you are always asking about promotions. Promotions, please put in mind that for promotion, we don't only need recommendations. Some of you are asking that they already have 10, 5, or maybe 15 recommendations, but yet they are not being promoted. So we also have some requirements about promotions. For promotions, we also need to have the proper documents, and most important of all is the ability and capability. So without the ability and capability, I think it is very hard also for you to be promoted. So for the captains and for the chief engineers and for the senior officers, please give them also some realistic and proper evaluation, because we are basing also our actions based on the proper appraisals and report. Okay.
Okay. So specifically about promotions, I would like also to make comment to the masters and chief engineers, and in general to the people who evaluate people. We see a lot the comment, he can be promoted on his next vessel. Do you know what that means? What we receive? That I put this so I make him happy, but he's not my problem. Let him be the problem of the next master, of the next chief engineer. If you truly want to promote someone, call us, send us a message, make an evaluation report, not at the end of his contract, but during the first months of his contract, and say that I will undertake the role to promote this person, to help him, to guide him, and to make him, to prepare him as much as I can. This is what the true leader does. And he doesn't transfer the problem to the next person. So, just to summarize what we want you to take from this presentation. Number one, evaluation is not a paper exercise, meaning don't do it only just to satisfy the system. Do it because it has a meaning. Do not take the 5-digit E-code from your crew. Let them be a part of this process. Because if they don't know what are their weaknesses, they will never improve. And you will see them again and again on your vessel with the same level. And last, if you, as evaluated people, when you see some negative comment or something that you need improvement, don't be discouraged, but instead roll up your sleeves, look it as a positive that this person who evaluated you took the time to observe you and he is interested in you to become better. Don't blame them that they want you to fail, but instead they want you to succeed. So whenever you see this, take the time to think about it. You can be frustrated, I know, but look at it as an opportunity to improve yourselves and become better. So thank you very much.
Okay. Hello again. So this time I am here on my main task as part of the team of the bulk carriers when we are in the company. For those who don't know me, I am Andreas. I'm the fleet supervisor for the Marine Operations Department in the Fleet 3, which is the bulk carriers. And today, we would like to raise a matter on the fumigation and ventilation risks. This is something that, okay, mostly the bulk carriers will see. We will have a short connection with the tanker shortly, but it is a very, very important subject for your safety, which even more now that the fleet has expanded, the cargoes are numerous. We have all kinds of cargoes, small vessels, big vessels, and we are moving around. So you have seen those working on the bulks, that we have a lot of fertilizers and grains going here and there. I would like to point out a few things. These are the cargoes that react with oxygen to produce heat. We are aware about that, right? But don't forget, we also have the damages. When we have the steel cargoes, for example, these are also part of your cargo. These are items that you also have to check their specs. Let's talk about the damages. Let's go into our subject. Moisture damage. Moisture damage is a source of a significant number of cargo claims. Usually, the claimants, which are the receivers, right, they say that, okay, the cargo was destroyed because the vessel did not ventilate properly. What are the issues that we are facing? Bad weather, difference in temperatures from the load port to the disport, cargo sweat, ship sweat. So basically the temperatures are really affecting our job. So let's go on the other side. How we can see the commercial side. What we always discuss with the master on board is that when you sail and you load the cargo, first of all, you need to check what you are loading. So we want you are on board. Whoever on board sees something that is, uncertain, let's say, on bulk carriers, you have the ease to take a photo, report to the chief mate, report to the master. You see a black spot on the cargo. You see some cargo that, you see some smoke. Whatever it is, raise a flag. So this is one part of the problem. The other part is that the shippers usually give you wrong information, or good ones, but it depends on the actual fact and the actual shipper and the actual country. So shippers' instructions are super important for you to follow up. So when you get instructions, you should get instructions on how to ventilate and fumigate the cargo, or the fumigation instructions, what they have done from their side. So they tell you that, of course, we have loaded, I don't know, soya beans, corn, whatever, and they say, okay, we have fumigated the cargo, the exposure period is until 10 days from now. Until then, you keep the hatch covers closed. So you start from your side, you start checking, okay, day by day you are just monitoring what is going on. You do nothing in ventilation side, but you are cautious, right? 10th day comes, you should have instructions on what to do next. So then it comes the receiver's instructions. Before coming the 10th day, you should be able to have written instructions from everyone what you are going to do. So seek on that. Start asking, what are we going to do? Of course, usually these things delay. So that's why we come to the owner's instructions. From our side, at least, especially for the grain cargoes, which are usual to the damages, let's say, especially for a long passage, let's say, our instructions is that if you do not have instructions from the proper parties, you follow the 3-degree rule. We all know the 3-degree rule? Yes, no? The 3-degree rule states, I will read it exactly as it is, that a cargo hold should be ventilated when the dry bulb temperature of the outside air is at least 3 degrees Celsius lower than the temperature of the cargo. So the cargo has a difference of 3 degrees with outside temperature. Then you ventilate and you close. Of course, weather permitting. As simple as that. But then we go to another case. We go to a case of fertilizers, like the Cheshire. I believe you have seen the pictures in the news. This happened in 2017. And the crew on board this vessel actually knew, and they found out that they had some kind of smoke. Something was coming up. They had some reaction of the cargo because there was some affection from the ventilation, from the oxygen. There was some spots, as you see. There was a decomposition, as we say. I will not get into details. There's no point. I mean, all the facts are there. You can read it online and you can even see the videos. But I will stand to the point that we need to prevent any issues with the cargo by monitoring what we have inside. You have our usual reporting format, which contains everything that you need to check, from the temperatures, and especially for cargoes like coal, the methane, the monoxides, everything. And these things, you should do it carefully. Every cargo you should check carefully. We are talking about the tankers. In the past, we have talked so much about the H2S, so much about it. But sometimes we forget to see that the bulk carriers also have a high risk for the crew when they have so many fumigants coming out from the cargoes. Okay? And this is what I want to point out to you, that the gas instruments should be working properly. Do not wait for the gas instruments to break down and then tell the office, okay, I have a broken down instrument, and then I have only one. I have none. Then what are you going to do? Report earlier. Captain Michael is one of our team members in the bulk carriers, along with Captain Manolis Kozaos, and these two are working very close with all the masters on board for that particular reason, to make sure that you are fully equipped for these particular jobs and checkings of the cargoes. But everyone, even the operators and everybody else, is there to assist you at all times. Regarding the updates from the North of England P&I Club, there has been a rise in fines in the Northern Europe. And this is because they, let's say, point out that some requirements from the BC Code, the BC Code is the code that describes each cargo in detail, how it should be treated, the weather precautions, and everything for the dry bulk fleet. So they say that the requirements of the BC code for the cargoes under fumigation are not followed. They say that the crew should monitor for the sweat, the crew should monitor the fumigation gas levels whilst on passage every day and very, very, very regularly. Not once a day, more, every 8 hours. So they are very, very strict, and they say that you did not do that. I'm not sure we can open, I'm not sure they might have a fine. They started, complicating things. And this happens for cargoes going to Amsterdam, Rotterdam, or something like that. I'm not telling you that you should be careful on particular ports. Be careful on every port. Okay, first of all, for your safety, that you are okay on board, and then for the cargo and the claims and blah, blah, blah. This now connects to the tankers. Purging. Again, it's cargo fumigants, let's say, right? So some things that we have discussed in the past. Remember that your gas instruments should be in good working order. Same thing. Wear your PPE at all times. At all times. No matter what. It's only 1 minute. I will go on deck and no. We're doing purging, of course, right now. Remember, the circulation in the accommodation, the aircon. Remember to check the weather. How is the direction of the air? It's many, many times that we have been, on board vessels at port calls, and we were, making our eulogies there, and I see the guys, okay, they were not wearing the PPE at all times, I mean the mask and everything, and the wind was blowing to their face, so they opened it. I told him, no, you stop, come the other way around, you wait, whatever you have to do, you protect yourselves. This is for everyone. So I'm talking to everyone, forget about the difference in the fleets. Take care, the cargoes that you are carrying, every cargo has a potential damage. Be careful on it, okay? And as we say, safety comes first. All right. Be aware, take care, every time, everywhere. Let's do it one more. Be aware, take care. Yay. Thank you. So, πόση ώρα? Πόση ώρα? So, right now we are going to have a lunch break. We come back at 13:45. Okay? Thank you all. Bon appetit.
Oh, a couple of people didn't enjoy lunch very much, it seems. Anyway, good to have you back. We spoke earlier about all the 5 principles and about error being normal and that people make mistakes. But in some professions and in some industries, error should not be normal. It should, but sometimes if error happens, it is fatal. And today we have with us our doctor, Paul Lablaza, so please give him a warm welcome. He will talk to us about some basic things, so please. I will pass the floor to him. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Can I see my slides? I'm sorry that I'm so underdressed right now because I just came in from the OR. And the first thing that I grab after And the first thing that I got after removing my scrubs is this. So I'm sorry I'm so underdressed. But this afternoon, we'll try to run through a relatively important skill that everybody should know. Especially if kayo mismo, you are offshore, you're how many kilometers offshore, and the only people who will be able to help you are your shipmates. Okay, so I'm Paul Lablaza. I do teach at the University of Santo Tomas Faculty of Medicine and Surgery, and I'm a cardiologist. So I hope I will be able to help you learn CPR this afternoon. Who among here are second mates? Can I see hands? Second mates? I think the second mates are the one in charge with their emergency kits, right? So this afternoon you should be listening well, because you might be using these simple skills when you go onshore. So the most common cause of death among Filipinos would still be heart disease. 20 million, around 20%, 22% of those who died in 2013 was because of heart attack. And this is the last statistics that we have, and it hasn't been updated, but I think it remains to be the same, that the most common killer of Filipinos would be heart disease. Puso pa rin po ang pumapatay sa Pilipino. Unlike before, infection ang mas common pumapatay sa Filipino. Now, it's because of the heart disease, not because of the diet that we take, because of the culture that we have. And the death-sex ratio is 1.28:1. So more males die of heart attack because of women. Do you agree? Women kills us more than heart attack. Yes, especially if your wife starts asking about your alote. That kills you, correct? Okay. So men die because of women. Joke. That's because of heart attack. Most men, many of those who die of heart attack are mostly men. And approximately 50% of these deaths are cardiovascular. This 50% cardiovascular deaths are sudden cardiac death. Anybody who knows Samboy Lim? Do you know Samboy Lim? Those that are more than 40 years old here should know Samboy Lim. Samboy Lim suddenly just died while doing basketball. So imagine a very fit man suddenly die because of sudden cardiac death. And fortunately, he was resuscitated. But now, the only thing that he can move are his eyes. No more. He's quadriplegic because of sudden cardiac death, okay? And it's the most common mode of death in patients with coronary artery disease. In fact, the patient that I had last week is a second mate who had undergone coronary artery bypass grafting. He used to say, wala po akong symptoms, walang masakit sa akin, and turned out, bypass yung event ng patient namin. Okay? So almost 70% are out of hospital. So definitely you being onshore, kilometers away from the puerto, you should learn how to do your CPR. Okay, so sudden cardiac death can happen to everyone, anyone, anywhere, at any time, and the risk increases with age. Who among you are more than 40 years old? So you guys are the higher risk of having heart attack or having sudden cardiac death because of your age and because you are male. Remember, females tend to be protected from cardiac death because of their estrogen. Our testosterone that makes us men tends to kill us more compared to estrogen. Okay? So it often strikes people with history of hypertension, diabetes. Again, show of hand, who among you are hypertensive or diabetic or both? Hypertensive, diabetic. Those are risk factors for heart attack. Hypertension, diabetes, and being married. I am single, so I don't have that much risk factor. All right? And also Europeans, they tend to have higher chances of getting heart attack. So these guys here will have higher risk of having heart attack compared to us Asians. But because of the diet that we are already assuming, the proportionality has already come close. Okay? So an effective CPR done immediately after cardiac arrest will always increase the patient's survival. So that is important. And your rescue breathing can always be given to your patient even if you are on your boat or offshore. So why is it important that you have to do CPR? Because in 6 to 4 minutes, many of your neurons already starts to die. How many neurons would start to die within 6 to 4 minutes? We do not know. Billions, millions, or even trillions of neurons can die. And look at this. If you do late CPR, survival, just 2%. If you do early CPR, early defibrillation, survival can actually increase to 30%. So 2 compared to 30, that's a lot. Okay, so you have to do early CPR and early defibrillation in order for you to increase your survival to 30%. And more often than not, some patients who receives early CPR and early defibrillation can actually survive, towards the hospital. So the objective of this presentation is for us to be able to instruct you how to do your basic life support or your, and to show you the different steps. So what is CPR? So CPR is cardiopulmonary resuscitation. So this used to be the link that we follow if you are inland. So you call for help, you do your CPR, and you do your electrical cardioversion. And this has been changed by the Europeans and by the Americans. So they have the in-hospital cardiac arrest and out-of-hospital cardiac arrest. So this is the one that we follow when you go onto your ship. So you have to call for help always, do the CPR, defibrillate your patient using your portable defibrillator. I guess most of your ships should have a portable defibrillator, and bring that patient to shore or bring that patient to the hospital or airlift that patient. Right? The first link is early recognition. So a well-informed lay person should be able to identify an arrested patient. So the most important link would be you as the shipmate to identify a person who have undergone cardiac arrest. So there are early warning signs of heart attack. So this is what you call your Levine's sign. So heart attack would usually be, the symptoms of heart attack would usually be chest pain. Sometimes it's heaviness. It's at the middle of the chest and it radiates from the jaw up to the waist, sabi nila. Pwede daw lumipat yung pain sa panga, pababa sa baywang. So, and yung pain is described as heaviness. It's not actually the actual pain that you have if you get hurt or if you get cut by a knife, but the pain is more of heaviness rather than you feel being cut by a knife. And sometimes you have other signs and symptoms such as sweating, di ba? Nagbubutil yung pawis, nauseous, nasusuka, and they sometimes feel short of breath, nahihirapang huminga. This is what you call the early warning sign of respiratory failure. So your patient would usually clutch their neck and tell you that they cannot speak. They have bluish discoloration of the skin and lips. And these are all signs of respiratory failure. So the second link is the first link is always for you to be able to identify that patient who is having heart attack or who is arrested. The second link is for you to be able to deliver your CPR. So chest compressions and ventilation. Okay. So how does CPR work? So CPR will do whatever the patient is not doing. So if there is no pulse, you have to give that patient a pulse. If that patient is not breathing, so you should be able to breathe for that patient. So as soon as possible, it should be done. CPR should be done because again, in 4 to 6 minutes, millions, trillions, or billions of cells, neural cells will die, brain cells will die. We do not know how much, how fast, and how will it recover. We do not know. What we know is that within 4 to 6 minutes, there are a lot of cells that would start to die. So it can be learned by anyone, so let us memorize the steps and techniques how to do your CPR. So if you see a patient drop dead or loses consciousness, the first thing that you have to do is, 1, survey the scene. Okay, so do not be a hero in a field of war. So always survey the scene. The first thing that you have to know is the scene safe? So let's say nasa engine, should you do CPR at the engine? No. You have to pull that patient out of the engine to a more secure or safe place before you do your CPR. So the first step is check for scene safety. The next step is check for unresponsiveness. So if you see patient unconscious, you see patient lose their consciousness in front of you, first thing that you have to do, survey the scene. Next, check for responsiveness. So how are you going to check for responsiveness? You have to tap at both shoulders. Hey, 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 are you okay? So tap on the shoulders. Hey, 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 are you okay? So why is it important that you have to tap on both shoulders? Let's say if that patient had a stroke, so you should be able to stimulate both shoulders. Kasi baka mamaya naman, wala pala siya nararamdaman, kaya hindi siya sumasagot sa inyo. Why shoulders? Because let's say you go to the Middle East and touch a lady's hips. Let's say some countries would tell you, tap on the hip. Hey, 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 are you okay? Or hey, 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 are you okay? But there are certain cultural norms. Let's say in the Middle East, if you touch a lady in her hips, the next thing that you will see is a machete going to cut off your head. Okay? So don't do that in the Middle East. So in the Philippines, you can do anywhere, but what is advocated is both shoulders. Next would be call for help. So the first step, survey the scene. The scene is safe. If the scene is safe, you have to check for responsiveness. Hey, 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 are you okay? And then third, you call for help. Call the captain or call the second mate and activate the emergency response team. How do you call for an emergency in the ship? What do you activate? As in the hospital, we call for code blue. So if you hear in the hospital code blue, code blue, code blue, something is happening in one of the wards or something is, or code pink for a pediatric patient. Sa boat, kamusta? Ano pong ginagamit ninyo? What do you say in the boat? Mayday? We just pray to the Lord that something will happen. How do you call for emergency in the boat? Allah? Oh, I think the second mates? How do you call for emergency? You sound the general alarm and a public address. Okay, and then the sound will go throughout the whole ship. So if it's in the hospital, we call for a code blue. Code blue, code blue. If it's a fire, it's code red. If it's a pediatric patient having arrest, it's a code pink. Okay? Next is you get your automated electrical defibrillator. So this is how an automated electrical defibrillator would look like. So this is the one that we use at the clinic. So this is an AED. How would you know that it is the ship is or the place is equipped with an AED? You see a shock sign. If you go to the airport, have you seen the shock sign? Yung parang kidlat? So that is where the AED is. So if you see the shock sign, that is where the AED is. In the airplane, it is usually at the first 1A seat of the business class. Most of the time, nasa ilalim siya o nakataas siya ng business class. In your ship, do you know, the second mates, do you know where your AED or your emergency kit are placed? It should be at beside the door of your clinic, the ship clinic. It's not on the deck. Okay, so you should know where your AED is located. Next is you do your CAB. Your compression, do chest compression, do airway, and be breathing. So you have to determine if the patient has adequate airway or is the patient adequately breathing. So how you do that? You chest compress. So compression is your circulation. So after determining that your patient is unconscious, you have to call for help and immediately do chest compression. So you have to do CPR immediately on your patient. If you are a doctor or if you are a nurse, the first thing that we do before we do chest compression is we check for a pulse and we check for breathing. But these are exclusively for doctors and nurses. But for you who are lay rescuers, you are not nurses, you are not doctors, or you are not paramedics, after determining that your patient is unconscious, you do chest compressions immediately. Because if that patient is alive, definitely he will shrug you off. Diba? Kasi kung buhay naman siya, lalabanan ka niya kasi masakit ang chest compression. So you don't have to run through the step on checking the pulse or checking for breathing. Do immediate chest compression for lay rescuers. So how do you do your chest compression? Again, you stand on one side of the patient, either the right or the left. You should be perpendicular to the patient. Where are you going to place your hand? At the middle of the chest. Okay, so nowhere else except the middle of the chest. So in between the two nipples. But that is only true for male. Females or older ladies, nipples are everywhere. Do you agree? Nipples are everywhere. So you don't have to look for nipples anymore. Just at the middle of the chest, okay? And you have to place both your hands at the middle of the chest and do your chest compression. So when you do your chest compression, you have to compress as deep as possible. They said 2 to 2.5 inches, but because you are lay rescuers, as deep as possible, you compress your patient. So you do alternating compression, push down, push up, push down, and push up. And how fast? 100 to 120 compressions per minute. That's how fast you should compress your patient. Okay? Later, we will show you how to do it. And sabi nila, how do you do it? You should push hard and fast to the tune of Staying Alive. So guys here, more than 40 years old, you should know the song. Staying alive, ha, ha, ha. That's how fast. The tune to be targeted would be that fast when you do your CPR. So if you are a lay rescuer not trained to mouth-to-mouth ventilation, you are hesitant to do your mouth-to-mouth ventilation. You don't want to do mouth-to-mouth ventilation. Even I am a doctor. I don't want to do mouth-to-mouth ventilation, never. Okay, I will never do that. Okay, so if you do not know how to do it, you don't want to do it, or you are not trained to do it, just do chest compression. Just continue on compressing your patient. Because we know that there is enough oxygen in the lungs in order to keep that patient oxygenated for some few minutes. And what would be important would be you do your chest compression. So, when are you going to do chest compression? After 1 minute, you stop? No. You have to do chest compression until help arrives. You are too tired to do compression, or the patient or the person is revived. Okay? So, those are the very simple steps when you do your chest compression. I saw Sir. Sir, di ba ikaw yung second mate? So, can you please demonstrate? Definitely you know how to do it. Did you receive training before? Before. O, sige. So, you can use this dummy. Okay, sir. So, if you see a patient unconscious or drop dead in front of you, what's the first thing that you have to do? Hey, you okay? Don't destroy. You have to, no, the most important thing that you have to do is you have to check for safety. Scene safety. Before you go and engage with the patient, you have to determine if the scene is safe. Let's say you are in the middle of crossfire, you won't do that. No. I will run away from crossfire, definitely. If this is like a bomb situation, I will never go to the patient. I will run away from that situation. Right? Because it's very important that one person dying is okay rather than seeing 2 persons dying. Okay? You and the victim. So, sir, what's your name? Dale. Sir Dale. So, you see somebody lost consciousness, drops dead in front of you. What's the first thing that you have to do?
I will look for.
So, you have to check for scene safety. So, if the scene is safe, what's the next thing that you have to do?
I will tap his shoulder.
Tap the shoulder, bilateral, both shoulders. Say, hey, hey, are you okay? Okay, if the patient is unresponsive, what's the next thing that you have to do?
Make CPR.
Call for help. So again, determine if the scene is safe. Next is call for help, and then after check for responsiveness, and then you have to call for help. So get somebody, activate the emergency response team, and then after that, what's the next thing that you have to do? For us doctors and nurses, we check for pulse, we check for breathing. But you are not doctors and nurses, you are lay rescuers. What's the next thing that you have to do? Immediately do chest compression. Because if that patient is alive, he will shrug you off. Kasi masakit yon. Okay? Where are you going to place your hand? Between the nipples or at the middle of the chest, and you start your chest compression. As deep as possible and as fast as you can. Okay? And you have to do it simultaneously, continuously until somebody comes to help you. But for us, kami mga doktor, we have our different cadence. So first, we check for scene safety. The scene is safe. Next, we do check for responsiveness. Hey, 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 are you okay? If the patient is not responsive, I will call for help. Call for help, activate the emergency response team, and then I check for breathing, I listen for breathing, I feel for a pulse. That is our difference, because I'm a doctor, because I know where to look for pulses. But for you, you are a lay rescuer. After calling for help, the next thing that you have to do, chest compress. So that's my fourth step. I do my chest compression. And then sometimes we tell our rescuers to count as loud as possible so that we will know kung pang ilang cycle na siya. But the thing is, because you're a lay rescuer, just continue on compressing. Now, your AED arrives. Have you ever operated an AED? I forgot daw. So what's good about AEDs they are made for the dumb. So everything is labeled, everything has a step. So just turn on your AED.
Stay calm. Check responsiveness.
So
Call for help.
So it will tell you what to do.
Plug in cable.
Plug in the cable. So you get your cable, plug it in where there is blinking light. So here, pero.
Adult pads. Attach defib pads to patient's bare chest.
So attach defib pads to patient's bare chest, but this is quite expensive. This is around 300,000, so we will not attempt to open it. So you just have to place it where the instruction manual tells you where to place it. Attach the pads to patient's bare chest. So once you place it properly, it will analyze the patient's rhythm and it will tell you what to do. Will you compress? Will you shock? Will you compress? Will you shock? It will decide for you. Okay? No. So it will tell you attach to patient's bare chest. After that, it will analyze. Once it started to analyze, don't touch the patient.
To patient's bare chest.
So it's still prompting me to attach it to patient's bare chest. But I will not open the pad kasi medyo expensive siya. But the next step will be, it will analyze and it will deliver the shock if it needs to deliver the shock. Now, let's say you were able to deliver the shock. What's the next thing that you have to do, sir? You have to continue on your CPR. Okay, how long will you continue CPR? After delivering the shock for 2 minutes, and then let the machine analyze again. Okay, so, sir, can you show them yung quick steps mo? You do it yourself. Let's say you see somebody, you see your captain lost consciousness, die in front of you. You will be happy because you're the next captain.
I will look if it is safe to do so. If not, I will drag the person safe.
To safety.
I will tap the shoulders. I will call for
Hey,
somebody.
hey, hey.
Hey, are you okay? I will call somebody to ask for help. And I will do compression. Continuously until the help is arrived.
So you can do chest compression until you go to the shore. Just continue on chest compression. Or your airlift ambulance would arrive, just continue your chest compression. Probably there are more than 2, 3 crew within the ship, so you can alternately do chest compression while waiting for the ambulance, the air ambulance, or while waiting for the you to arrive at the shore. So very simple steps. First step, again, everybody, what's the first step? Check for scene safety. The next step, you have to check for responsiveness. The third step is you call for help if the patient is unresponsive. And after calling for help, what's the next step? Do your chest compression. How long or how fast are you going to compress your patient? 100 to 120 compressions. Or if you want to just sing your Staying Alive song, or kapag tumibok ang puso, sabi nga nila. And then, how long are you going to do your chest compression? Until help arrives, everybody is here, and until your EMS has arrived. Okay? So very simple steps. You can help somebody from cardiac arrest once you do your simple BLS steps. So I think that's the last thing. I hope if you have questions, you can raise your hands. You can take some questions. Yes, sir. Baba ka na. Sige. So everybody should know how an AED should look like. Everybody should visit their AED. Second mates, before you go onshore, look for your AED. Where is it properly placed? Okay? So if you don't have any questions, none. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. Very informative presentation. And for those of you that do not have an AED on board the ship, we are planning to provide very soon. So within the next few months, every ship should be equipped with this equipment, which is vital for life on board, for preserving life on board. So we'll move on to our next presenter. We will leave the two corpses on the stage for the moment, but we are moving on to somebody who is very alive and who is part of the team that have set up this forum today and yesterday. He is the person who is responsible for all these technical difficulties, for all these technical, achievements that we've had over the last couple of days.
Test. Is it working?
So I would like to welcome to the floor our ICT expert, Mr. Kostas Lyonis, who will talk about cyber hygiene or something like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. Hi all. When I joined the company for the first time in 2004, I think, one of my first assignments was to set up devices like Mini-M and Fleet 77s. I don't know if you remember these. And we used to pray to gods and do all sorts of configurations for this to work. Then we had newer devices like Fleet Broadband, and we started experiencing some internet on board. And now we reached stages where we have almost 1/4 of the fleet equipped with Starlink, which is a SATCOM providing almost home-like experience of surfing the net. We're deploying slowly but steadily. It's easier than VSAT, for sure. And together with this, we provide the crew internet, which means that you can all use your devices to connect and speak with the families and so on. Now, this is very good news, and this is very fast internet, but also threat comes along. Okay, so today I'm going to talk about cyber resilience. What this is, it says there, the ability to anticipate, withstand, recover from, and adapt to adverse conditions, stresses, attacks, or compromises on systems that use or are enabled by cyber resources. Okay, basically, it's sort of simple. You need to identify the threats, be able to recognize what is a threat and what is not, which is coming from experience. Then to be able to protect your systems and have detection mechanisms to prevent
infection, and then, of course, be able to respond and recover from every situation you find yourself into. Now, the first three parts is where it becomes personal to you guys, because it's not just about being on board, it's also about being ashore, it's also about your everyday lives with the internet, okay? And it's something you should pay really much attention, the first part, to be able to identify the threats. Threats come in different ways, in different forms. You get malware. Malware is basically the viruses and all this software that comes in your systems and messes things around. Then you have your phishing attacks. Phishing, meaning you get an email saying, press this button to update your password. Press this button to update your details, your contact details or so on. For example, banks, they send out many messages saying, listen, we will never ask for you to update any of your details via an email. Okay, so this is stuff you should look out for, and they're all under the category of phishing. Spear phishing is when it becomes targeted. For example, you get an email saying, Captain Rommel, please update your records. So there is a fact in there which makes it more personal. So you say, oh, hold on, they know me. They know what they're talking about. Still, you have to find out stuff about this email, where it comes from. Check the address in detail, okay? And try to avoid unpleasant situations. Man-in-the-middle attacks. This is now becoming more corporate problems. There is a problem, there is an issue where someone, you have an interaction with a machine, okay, an online system, booking system for tickets and so on, and someone comes in the middle, pretends they are acting as part of the system, and asks for your details. Okay, again, you should be aware, you should notice small details like, for example, on all websites you have the locker. The locker meaning it's a secure website. And there are, of course, other ways to check out if this is a secure website or not. If you're not sure, you don't insert any details at all. Okay, this is dangerous. You have denial of service. Many corporations get problematic behaviors in their systems because of an infection that denies many services. No email. You're not able to browse your files. Systems are cut off, okay, because of infection. SQL injection. Many instances lately where someone puts a file in your system that is triggered either tomorrow or 2 years later and makes a chain reaction in your system and messes everything around. Okay, this is an SQL code being run without you knowing it. You don't even know when you got this. Okay, this is part of an email, of an email, of an attachment, and so on. And DNS attacks. This, you might have experienced this. This is common. You get an email from someone at marinetrust.com, someone at CENMAR.com, asking for stuff. But it's actually not this address that's sending you the actual email. It's someone who got the CENMAR.com domain and masked his own email to make it look real. Okay. There are ways, even in your Yahoos and Gmails and so on, to identify if this email is actually from CENMAR or not. Okay? So, to go back to our 5 principles, context drives behavior. So we must keep a personal cyber hygiene. All the steps we need to follow. There's a 7-step guide, which is essential to strengthen our ability to withstand such attacks and such threats. It's quite simple. First of all, you keep backups, and you keep backups not on the machine where you work, you keep backups on external drives. You keep backups somewhere else, untouchable. Okay, nowadays you have like loads of photos. Okay, we don't have the old-fashioned photo album stuff. We have millions of photos, but if you get a malware in a computer and you lose everything, it's a disaster. You get files from your previous employments that you need to use on future employments. Again, if you lose all this, it's a disaster. So keep a backup, always. Update all the software of your equipment. This has to do with your operating system in your laptops, updates on word processing software, and so on. Get rid of the apps you don't use. Apps that stay idle for a long time usually are targets for SQL injections, for malware that sits there and waits for you to just open this app and mess everything up, okay? Good endpoint protections, antivirus protections, anti-malware protections. Keep them up to date. It's better to pay a less amount of money, a minimum amount of money on a yearly charge to be protected than to avoid this and get a disaster in your system. Update your passwords. This is something rarely done, even for myself, okay? Changing your password is one of the easiest ways to protect your systems, your online systems, your emails, online access to online platforms, and so on. Changing your password on a regular basis, let's say monthly or bi-monthly, provides super extra protection. And also keeping multi-factor authentication, which means it's better to spend some more time entering a platform by authenticating it on different machines than leave everything at hand to the attackers. Check your privacy settings. In every update you get from Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, whoever, every update messes up your privacy settings, sets them in a default, as they say, way, to resets in a default way, to be able to have access to as many personal details as possible. So this you have to reevaluate again on a regular basis. I know this is not easy. This is not a daily thing in our daily routine. But these are things we suggest you do to keep everything safe. And finally, this is the Trust No One campaign continues forever. You never know where it's coming from. And you have to be alert at all times. And everyone is a potential threat. Because you might not understand who this email comes from. You might think it comes from someone else. You might think this is a good file, I should open it, and so on. Always double check. Trust nobody. This is your default position at all times. Secure your devices. Okay? Secure everything. Pay much attention to your endpoint protection. Pay much attention to the way you behave and you operate on your online environments. Secure yourself. Learn about tricks that you might find. Sorry, we are planning to release a circular on board vessels, which will have with pictures and clear markings, little things that you can notice to identify if something is malicious or not. So this is a good starting point. I'm sure most of you guys, even the younger ones, are now in a better position than we were at your age. You know much more stuff. You have experienced more stuff. And still, this, I think it's going to be handy for your daily work. On board the vessel, also at home. That's it. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, just to add something on that, in connection with cyber resilience, I just want to tell you, lately we had a case where somebody was impersonating our recruiting people, and they were approaching people to gain something from them. So always keep in mind, CENMAR staff, nobody from CENMAR will ever ask any money from you to process visa, to process documents, anything. So if ever anyone approach you and you think something is suspicious, always call a person that you know, always verify what they have told you, and always keep in mind that nobody will ask any money from you. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Costa, for this great presentation. And I'd like to introduce now our next speaker, one of the members of the younger team of our company. We're very happy that he is here with us today. So please welcome our fleet operator, Mr. Andreas Grigoriou.
Last try. Hello, everyone. It's very nice having you all here with us. We're very happy about it. So, I'm going to speak about our security culture. As Mr. Labros already said, and DCSO of our company Suezmax fleet. As most of you already know, CSO of our company is Mr. George Koutrouboussis. As of July 2023, there are 3 new DCSOs. Mr. Marios Strongyloudis for bulk carriers, Mr. George Stavrakis for Tanker Fleet 2, and myself for Tanker Fleet 1. As you already know, security never compromises safety, as safety comes always first. In order to be always safe, it is very important to cultivate our security culture. Keeping always in mind these 5 principles of maritime security will definitely help us develop our security culture. Awareness, knowledge and understanding of threats, risks, as well as procedures and guidelines. Compliance, the adherence to laws, rules, guidelines of the industry and of our company. Collaboration, the situation of 2 or more people working together to create or achieve the same goal. Diligence, careful, focused, and persistent work or effort. And finally, innovation, a new idea or method that will enhance the security measures or products. Now, we are going into some regional updates. First, we will start with Black Sea. But as you may be already aware, there are 2 major considerations which make security compliance more important than ever before. These are the Russian invasion to Ukraine and the recent Israeli-Hamas war. Due to the ongoing Ukraine-Russian war, some threats may be encountered, like floating mines, especially in the North and Western Black Sea. But fortunately, Romanian and coalition forces do a very good job patrolling the area of Ukraine to ensure safe navigations. vessels have to keep lights switched off at night or to be used to a bare minimum for safety. On 8th of November, there was unfortunately an incident that took place at Odessa port. A Russian missile damaged a bulk carrier during her berthing, causing some injuries and, unfortunately, death of the pilot. Even though this was a unique incident, we are monitoring the developments for this matter. However, there is no intention for one of our vessels to call Ukraine. The second major event, the Israeli-Hamas war. For the time being, the war has not affected our company, as our vessels do not trade in the area. And thank God, Suez Canal is free and safe. Although there are generally in East Med reports for GPS interference. So crew on board vessels need to be alerted for ice spoofing, in which the indications of vessel's ice system are tampered. Nevertheless, we shall keep monitoring the situation as well. Regarding Gulf of Aden and Indian Ocean. As you may know, Somali piracy is nowadays suppressed, however, not eradicated. The main contributing factors to the reduction of piracy incidents in the area are the conduct and coordination of naval forces, the implementation of self-protection measures, and the armed guards employed on board. The threat of piracy is almost eliminated. However, the threat now comes from political instability, Israel-Hamas war. And presently there may be several threats to commercial shipping, like floating mines, like in the Black Sea, UAVs, these are like kamikaze drones, I will speak about it later, and ice spoofing. Reports say that Iran backups Hamas, for example, and all the neighboring countries may be affected or even involved in this war. All these changes may affect commercial shipping in the area. Yemen's rebel team Houthis' threat for merchant ships is decreased. It is still recommended to transit the Strait of Bab el-Mandeb, this area there, during nighttime. Although Houthis seized on 19th of November a vehicle carriers on the southern Red Sea, as they stated that the ship was connected with Israel. So, commercial ships in general do not seem to be targeted by Houthis, and only Israel and Saudi Arabia related vessels are the ones with a high risk. The Arabian Gulf and the Straits of Hormuz. We always need to be cautious while transiting the Strait of Hormuz and the Arabian Gulf due to the tension coming from Iran. In addition, vessels transit at maximum safe speed, keeping distance as close as possible to the Omani coast. Transit Straits of Hormuz and Qatar oil fields is done only during night time. Some measures against navigational harassment are first point of contact, IMSC, the International Maritime Security Construct. Night transit, as mentioned before, maximum safe speed, routing away from Iran. The IMSC bridge cards, very important.
and the registry of the vessel movement to MSO and UKMTO. At this point, reference shall be made to the intended attack to MV Venture on 4th of June at the Gulf of Oman, where vessel's master and crew acted as per SSP. 3 skiffs approached and started harassing MV Venture, which was also contacted by an Iranian warship. Immediately, general alarm rang, master went to the bridge, and all the doors leading to accommodation were closed and locked. After contacting UKMTO through Inmarsant and company CSO, Mr. George Koutrouboussis, master kept doing evasive maneuvers and changed the vessel's course closer to Omani coast. Minasak Port Control, Oman, and Japan navies contacted MV Venture, and after some time, a coalition warship and an aircraft made contact with the vessel as well. About after 1 hour after the beginning of the harassment, a helicopter arrived, which checked vessel surroundings, while the 3 skiffs had long been gone. We have to say many congratulations to the crew and the master of MV Venture for their calm reaction. Calmness is the key, and actions are per SSP. In her outwards bound, the vessel loaded at Minasak, and we arranged a warship to escort her through Strait of Hormuz. You need to know that our company, we always check the availability for an escort from a naval ship, but this is something that is not very easy due to their availability. There are many vessels transiting the area, and the requests are too many. So that's why we don't do it regularly. We ask for it, but they don't have availability. So, what made the difference and contributed to the successful confrontation of the harassment was the awareness, the diligence, and the compliance of the crew with the SSP, along with the collaboration with the office. Collaboration in these incidents is key, knowing everyone what to do. Okay, this is the thing that I referred earlier, is a new threat, the unmanned aerial vehicles. This is a new threat, so there has been a recent increase in incidents, especially at the Arabian Gulf, the Gulf of Oman, and the Arabian Sea. These are called, otherwise, in a different way, loitering munitions. And are built form of UAV with a built-in weapon and the capability to loiter in the target area until the target is located. Effective, their success is that they are very effective and are not detectable, both during night and day. Countermeasures and best practices need to be considered to mitigate the security risk from UAVs. Some measures that crew has to take is the following, like the watch outs to be very vigilant while transiting these areas. Only persons that are on duty to be at the bridge, no one else. All crew needs to be above waterline, and we must install at all ships anti-shatter film on the windows of the bridge. A second UAV is sometimes shared in the proximity of the target. This could be an ISR drone feeding the live image to the command and control center. In areas of increased threat, changes to voyage routing should be considered in order for the ship to become less predictable. On detecting a loitering munition, consider safe maneuvering as discussed before, and change the original route of the vessel. Okay, so what do we do now? If you detect a UAV nearby the vessel, your vessel, you should do the following: SAS. Sound the ship alarm. Crew to the designated master point. Inform maritime security authorities and CSO. Alter the course with evasive maneuvers and alert nearby vessels regarding the UAV through VHF. Everyone needs to be aware. Okay, and before finishing this presentation, we are going to talk about Straits of Malacca and Singapore. This is a completely different threat from those previously referred. This compared to the pirates and the war threats we have now. These are petty thieves who want to steal spare parts to sell them as scrap material. As it is depicted here, there has been a significant increase in armed robberies compared to 2022. As per latest data, 41 recorded incidents already in 2023 compared to 27 incidents in 2022. The intruders mostly target engine parts and stores. It has been reported that in the 90% of the incidents, no crew has been harmed, and in the rest cases, only some minor injuries there have been. The majority of incidents are done mostly eastbound, mostly on vessels eastbound passage because of the lower freeboard and the lower speed. Mostly bulk carriers are targeted, but tankers as well. The incidents happen during nighttime, and the intruders use some wooden boats, thus their identification is limited. And a final quick reference to South America. Largest rise, this is the largest rise in the incidents worldwide. Especially in Brazil, in Mexico, Peru, Haiti, and Ecuador. In most cases, it has been proved that proper watch and routine rounds on deck by the duty officer will deter the intruders. The final verdict is that we have to adapt to different threats and risk in different areas. Adhering to the 5 principles from the beginning of this presentation, we can cope with the ever-changing trends safely. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Andrea. Security, equally important than safety. And as we're gradually coming to an end of the day, we're a little bit behind schedule. I'm going to introduce 3 very familiar faces. It's Panayotis Bazis, Joanna, and Vaya. They will discuss about some things because we do not only carry cargoes around the world, we do a few other stuff as well. So some other activities. So here are our trio to discuss these activities. Thank you. Panayotis.
Thank you. So, I see a bit, some people are tired, a bit tired. So let's stand up for a moment. Let's look around us. Let's stretch a bit, stretch. Okay, that's better. That's better. So we may sit down again. Thank you. So throughout the years, we're trying, apart from our work, to have to put in our lives some social activities. We are very fortunate that the company allows us to do some things that we feel are obligation to the society to do. So recently, this year, we decided to give some assistance to a foundation that takes young boys from the streets and keeping them out of crime. And it's contributing in general in the system of the Philippines, and it takes them to the right path. So Ma'am Joanna will tell you more about what we did this year.
Stay here. Hello, hello everyone. I'm Joanna from CENMAR, Manila. They usually call me just Ma'am Jo. Anyway, for this year, our company decided to help Pangarap Foundation for two reasons. Number one is the location. It's actually located near our office, just in the middle of Libertad Market. So I'm sure you're familiar with that. The second reason is because of its name. You know, the English translation of Pangarap is dream. For these boys, it's to dream. So in their website, you will see that they are a shelter for teenage boys. Also in their website, monthly, they post the actual needs of their organization. And from there, we decided to provide them the cooking materials they need and also the personal hygienes needed by the boys. When we visited the Pangarap Foundation, at that time, they have 42 teenagers, and most of them, it was explained to us that most of them came from orphanages na who no longer cater for boys 12 years old above. Because I think in this country, orphanages only accepts until 12 years old. So those boys are from those orphanages and other institutions. They also take on boys na who roam around the streets of Taft Avenue to get them off drugs and doing petty crimes. In Pangarap Foundation, aside from providing them with food and shelter, the boys are given chance or opportunity to study in public schools and universities. The boys are free to choose the course they like, and it's Pangarap Foundation who will try to find a school for them. They keep them there until they graduate and find employment. But once they receive their first monthly salary, they release them. So on the day na we brought our donation, our boys plus our cadets decided to play basketball games with them. And we also brought them some snacks. When we were there, we were told na 4 of their boys are already graduate of fitter machinist course in Don Bosco. So 2 are already accepted, absorbed by where they did their on-the-job training, so they're land-based. But the other 2, well, dreams of becoming seafarers. So I don't know. We will see. So for that particular day, all of us, all the staff, we feel very optimistic na the boys we met that day will really have a bright future with this foundation and with company like us trying to help them in our small way. Thank you.
So, Vaya, will you tell us what we do in Greece?
Yes, let's transfer to Greece. There is an organization, can you hear me? There is an organization which we are supporters. It is an organization which tries to inform women about breast cancer and help women who have breast cancer. Every year, they organize an event of running and walking. This year, 44,000 persons participated, and from our company, 84 persons ran or walked for this good reason of facing cancer. Yes. Let's pass to another activity. Paddle is a sport which became popular the last years. It is something like tennis and squash. Our company organized the Centrofin Paddle Tournament. We are teams which consist from one man and one woman, and every team has the name of a vessel. We would like to announce that when the tournament finishes, there will be awards for the vessels. 2 GB from each crew member in the winning group. Suezmax or Suezmaxes, Aframaxes, or Clean, or Kamsa Ultra, or Cape Supra. Let's see it. For example, if Pserimos wins the tournament, all Suezmaxes and Aframaxes in the fleet will get 2 GB per crew member. One more. At this moment, we are playing games in the group stage, and the teams that have already advanced are some of these teams who have already passed in the later stage, and then we will find the winner. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Panayoti and Joanna and Vaya, for this information. We are coming to an end, and I am here to address some of your questions. On our platform, throughout these 2 days, we have received a few questions. I came with my laptop because there's no way I could see them otherwise. Some of these are new, some I've seen before. I will touch on the ones that I think are more important. Firstly, you have asked about Starlink. We had this discussion we started this discussion 5 years ago about the faster internet. We managed to equip the ships with the faster internet a couple of years ago, and now there's an even faster version that has come out, Starlink. So first of all, one of the drawbacks of Starlink is that it is not able to play throughout the world. There are many countries, locations, where Starlink is not available. So it cannot be used as our primary communication means, but only as a secondary one. So it will be installed on board the ships, but we cannot remove the old systems yet because it doesn't work worldwide. So for the moment, we have taken the decision to install on a trial basis on about 15 ships, and this is underway. We'll see how it goes, and then we'll expand to the entire fleet. I hope it doesn't take as long as it did to get the other systems installed, more so because it's much easier to install anyway. So it is coming. We have, I don't know, Costa, maybe 7 or 8 ships already with Starlink. 8 ships already. It is coming your way, so watch this space. Very soon it will also be with you. We have had some questions about career development and about promotions. We have had similar questions in the past. It is always a challenging matter. This is why also we had this discussion earlier today in this presentation about evaluations. Evaluation is only one part of the equation. there are also other parts which we need to take into consideration. It is not easy. As the ranks grow higher, the responsibilities also go higher, so the approval procedure is even more complicated. We do support promotions. We want our people to stay with us. We believe that we provide opportunities. It is imperative that you have good recommendations, that you have good evaluations from your masters and your chief engineers, but this is not the only parameter. It also has to be confirmed from the office and to confirm again through another contract. So bear with us. Yes, there are career development possibilities. We encourage them. We encourage our people on board to actively help the younger generation. Yesterday, when there were only the officers around, we had a long discussion about this specific threat, that we have to support and embrace the younger generation, the new people that are coming out. Sometimes it takes time. Another point that we have been asked about is about the provisions. Recently there has been some, let's say, dissatisfaction about the provisions. Not on board all ships. On some occasions we have received some negative feedback, and we've also received some negative feedback from you, because some items that were being supplied as part of the provisions have been stopped. We are talking about items of personal hygiene, aftershave, these kind of things that we started supplying these, I think, during COVID. And now, not only because COVID is over, but because we made some changes to our supply department, these have stopped. I will try to explain this. We had a change in our supply department about a year ago, a complete makeover. The people who were running this department for over 20 years have left the company. New people have come in. We are trying to get organized. We are trying to meet, of course, all your needs, but also we are trying to control, not the cost, but we are trying to control wastage. Supplying these kind of items to you, we have no objection about it. But what we do not like is to get reports from ports, from terminals, from agents, of people walking off the ship, disembarking with boxes full of stuff. This stuff that is being supplied on board is for your use, for your personal use, to improve your everyday living. We are fine with this. Definitely we want this, but we don't want wastage and we don't want abuse. So the better you are able to control at the level on board, the master, the chief cook, and everyone on his own individually, the more items we will be able to supply. I hope that this is made understood. There will be no cutting of provisions. There will be no, let's say, cost cutting in that sense, but we need your assistance and your cooperation also to control wastage and abuse. This, I just wanted to pass this message to you so that you can pass it on board to your ships when you go again on board next time. It is important for us, and this way we can maintain the balance, we can have the funds, and everybody will be happy. We can provide provisions and goods for everybody at the right quantities. The last question that we've had the same for quite some time, is about the insurance, about the ratings. We have the agreement with our insurance company, Coco Life, that has been extended to all the officers. The next step is to try and include the ratings. We have not gotten there yet. I cannot promise that it will be done next year or the year after, but it's something we are working on. The only thing that we have done relevant to this recently is not an insurance, it is for your health on board. We have introduced this agreement with telemedicine, so there's a telemedicine company that is employed now for the last couple of months on board the ships. They provide fast and accurate assistance when something happens on board. It was under review for a couple of months. We've seen a few cases that have gone very well, and we actually managed to get results out of it. So this is the only thing that we have applied at the moment. Let's see if we will be able in the coming years to do something about the insurance cover. I'm sorry because questions keep coming in, so I have to I have to take some time to read them. Okay, one question is regarding the possibility of arranging for some program with a company scholarship or support for studies of children of seafarers and so on. I take it, I read it, I will think about it, and I hope we will be able to do something going forward. That is all the questions for the moment. So, Andrea, are we done with this session also, or we have something more? We have a video. A final message which we have on video, and I hope it catches you. Thank you from me very much for this couple of days. We'll see this message, then if you just bear with us for a little bit longer, after this video, then we have a 10-minute break. You can grab a coffee, give us some time to get organized for the photos, and then you come back inside. So after this video, please take a 10-minute break, and we'll see you soon. Thank you.
Hi everyone, greetings from MB Apagyat. We are now currently in dry dock. Never let your guard down when circumstances change. Our safety culture should remain on the rise. No matter where we are, even if we're in dry dock, at port, at high seas, or even at home, switch your mind to safety. Our health comes first. Our safety comes first. Our colleagues' safety comes first. Use your safety tools. Stop work obligation. Last minute risk assessment. Please take care of yourselves. Remember to wear your PPE at all times. And watch out for unsafe acts or unsafe condition. Also, when you see something, say something. And remember, be aware, take care, every time, everywhere. Get home safe. Once again, this is your Ace de Ruales saying, CENMAR here and here. Peace.
Okay, so as we approach the ending of this year's forum, it is always a tradition to give our gratitude to some selected crew that they have been with us for some time. They have gone through a lot. So this time, instead of just saying a name, I'm just going to give you a few comments from my personal experience with them. So the first one is a person who is special forces in the bar carriers. You call him all the time. He's always ready. He's always there to help. He's always with a smile, and he's the best player for me, for Manila Bucks team, Captain Vinluan Manuel. So this list doesn't go by rank. So the second one is a person that it happens that every time I go on board the bulk carrier, I meet him. And he's always with a smile, and he's always there to help. So give a big applause for Stuart Abalos James Allen.
Thank you very much, sir.
Congratulations. You have a lot of fun. So, to continue, another guy that is always ready, always with a smile, and a person who is a very experienced second mate on our bulk carriers. Second mate, Sanchez Bobby. Congratulations. The next person is a guy who is very dear to me. In the past, we worked together on board the Panagia Armata, and he was so thin that I remember I was putting shackles in his pockets when it was windy. And this is my very good friend and soon-to-be bosun, A.B. Limon Elmer. So, the next person is a guy that I always meet and greet every time I go to CENMAR Manila, a person who has been very long time with us, and this is Euler A. Jose Ramon. And now I have two more. It's two guys that have been with us since, I think, the beginning of Centrofin. The first one is Euler Santos Rosauro. Since 1995. And the last one is a guy that I worked also on board when I was cadet, and he teach me how to do the chipping, how to do the painting. And he is my very good friend, Bosun Faulan Dennis. Congratulations. And that is all for the crew. And I'll give to Ma'am Joanna to give a special award.
The next award goes to the person who has been entrusted with our wealth, the company remittance, and your allotment. I know na for some of the crew, she's your confidant when it comes to the division of your allotment. She's no other than a reliable, trustworthy employee and a friend, Miss Amelita Castillo. We have one more award. For this last award, this goes to the person who has through the years provided all of us, the CENMAR staff, our crew on board, our crew on standby, a place, a venue where you can air your views, your opinion that can be shared with the management in Greece and the shore-based personnel. So this next award goes to Mr. Antonis Lambros.
And now, to finish this fabulous 2 days that you have been with us, I would like to invite all CENMAR staff on stage. They have worked very hard to prepare something to show to you. Please give them a very big applause.
up to you. You show the rehearsal. The guy with the red jacket, kill him.
The wall. Okay, so we can enjoy ourselves watching him try, or we can help him. That's the other option. So let's slowly move next door. It is set up for us to take our group photo. Thank you again, everybody, for everything. Thank you.